Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, should I say, actually. It's 11 o'clock. We're an hour earlier this time. And that doesn't mean we're going to be finishing an hour earlier. That means we just get an extra hour of live streaming today. My wife has gone out and to see some friends. She's taken the little one with her, so I figured I could do an extra hour of streaming. And so I'm going to try and get quite a bit done today. So first off is this frame of Mia and Wesley. Obviously this isn't the finished one, but I'm using these to get the colour right for the characters. But you're going to see me here acting my little heart out for these characters. So what I'm going to do is just drop. Actually, this is quite wide. Let's make that bigger. Can we do that? Apparently not. Anyway, I'm just going to make this slightly that, and then so this is going to be really rough to begin with. I wanted to do these two characters. Okay, so Mia is going to be so I want to get the angle right. Try and get the... Obviously I will be tweaking her body shape and stuff because she doesn't have my body shape. But it's just so I can get the expression that I was looking for right. Now those of you who are members of the Patreon would have seen a update, which was a pretty sweet update for you guys. And I just hope you guys enjoy seeing that behind the scenes footage. I know it's like a little bit spoilery, but at least you'll have something to nosh on for a while. She has a pointed chin, doesn't she? What's the shape of her eyes? It's kind of squarish. She's going to be squinting and stuff. This is just going to be just rough. Oh. Bollocks. No! I just realised my terrible mistake. Okay, I didn't make this on a new layer. I was too cocky. Okay, I think I could do this. Where is it? Colour range. Okay, what a terrible mistake to make at the beginning. Grab the red. Okay. Copy and paste. So I should now have, look at that. There you go. That's how you save. So if I go back now, get rid of all this. Oh my god, what a mistake. What an error. First pick looks like Jeremy from the Peep Show. There we go. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Hello Katie, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Yo, Kink Mass, how we doing? Yeah, today I wanted to get some different things done. We have got some backgrounds to do, but I wanted to start by doing some character stuff. No, I'll sort the eye out in a minute. You see her hands look really big, so what I'm going to do is make her head bigger. I might actually copy and put that as a different layer. That's better. Kind of want to make her closer to the camera. Oops, not that. Don't do that. so. Take the shocked look on her face. I just want to see how I've drawn her on another frame, just so I can, from episode 4, just so it can, oh, well, here you go, it's perfect. She's kind of have a more of a rounder head, and she has some scraggly hair. Get some flicks of hair there so she looks a bit more messed up. Just want to kind of exaggerate her a little bit. Okay, looks pretty okay, now let's do Wesley. Yo Lewis, how we doing? I don't know why I'm starting on his nose. Maybe I should start on the head. this you know what, I might need to go over his character traits in another one of these. Like this head here. Just so I can keep consistency. See, it's kind of small though. So if I put that. This is how you draw characters. Great. Yes, it is. I mean, not. I mean, well, yeah, it is. But I have many different ways of drawing the characters. Like sometimes I can just draw them freehand, but it's like after I've been painting them for a while, I get used to painting them, so then I don't need to reference them. But if I haven't painted the characters in a while, like this, like, you know, I haven't been painting them properly for a while since the baby's come along, that I do tend to try and trace over what I've done so I can get back into the swing of things. I like to flick his hair out when he's a little bit more stressed. If you ever noticed, you know, like he's like a cat whose hair stands up. Such a good idea. I've never seen it done like this. It might be because that's the wrong way to do it, but who knows? Who knows? There you go. That's better. That looks more like Wesley, doesn't it? And then I can basically, well, I need his gun. Maybe, I'm just thinking. We had a frame in episode 1 where his gun. Yo, freaky boy John Dog, what up? Glad I can enjoy this stream. Nice to see ya. We actually had a frame in episode 1, didn't we, that was like that. Where Jude was holding Wesley's gun. Now, where was that? This one. God, that looks old. Look how scruffy this looks. Oh my god. Well, maybe if I can just steal for a second this. Because we're gonna need the gun at this sort of angle, and it'd be kind of good to just use it basically. No, it's not exactly right, but I can use it still as a tracing method. I'll just finish doing Wesley at the moment. Mikey Dean says, hi, I'm glad to catch a live stream. Love the detail you put in. Thank you very much, man. Now Wesley in episode 4, he let me open up a frame from episode 4. He okay, he has his sleeves down, I think. Does he? Yeah, he does. Ilya, any topics I missed? We haven't actually talked about any topics yet. I've only just started. Lewis says, do you have any specific reason why you choose Megaraptor as the main antagonist dinosaur? I'm just curious now. I like it. And who's to say it's the main antagonist dinosaur? It might not be. No, it is. It's one of them. There's more than one. Let's just put it that way. Hello, David. The Master 2020 says hi. Kinkmass says, love you. Well, I love you too. Love all around. Alright, so let's get the... What's your favourite Morgan Freeman performance? Ooh. 7 is a pretty good one in terms of his acting. I like him in 7. Shawshank, it's a pretty good one for him as well. I watched a film with him in recently where he was a villain, and it wasn't Wanted. It was a... Oh, what film was that? Oh, Outbreak. Yeah, that film was crap. He was sort of like... He wasn't a villain, but he was kind of like a force against the protagonist in the film, played by Dustin Hoffman. And we notice in this frame, where is it? Not so much that one. This one, he's got the thing on the side of his arm, which is shaped like... Yep. And he's got that on his head. Right, let's try and get this gun. Might actually squash Mia a bit. That's better. That looks more like her now. Do you have Disney Plus, says David? We do, yes. Mikey CJ Dean says, what sort of animals would Wesley usually be up against? crocodiles, lions, elephants, rhinos, hippos, you know, all the big ones that could kill you in real life. Where's Wesley's gun on here? Here we go. It's just so I can get the angle right now, because we're going to be, so I'm going to call these lines. I'm going to make a new layer, call it gun. The gun. And we want it to be blue so I can tell the difference. We want it to be like yeah. Then we use the line tool. How thick are the lines? Not very thick at all, so we want to change them to about 12. And we want I've just noticed something. Did-oy. Needs to be more like this. And then there's like, I think I can draw this next bit. Lewis says, here's a topic I want everyone to join. Consider you're a director of Fallen Kingdom or Jurassic World spin-off. You can choose one hybrid instead of Indoraptor. What would be your choice? My answer is Carnoraptor. Mine would be Compies hybridized with a you know what, I might even need to angle this even more. Compies hybridized with the something that makes them spit venom, like the Dilophosaurus. Why not? Let's go that route. Do I have a favourite painting? That's actually a really good question. I should. I should have a favourite painting. There are some that come to mind, but I wouldn't necessarily call them my favourite. The ones I admire. I'll have to think about that one. Like, what is my favourite one? Might actually need to extend the barrel. I'll move his hand up so it's not floating there. Okay, that doesn't look too... it's got the line and the 4 lines. Okay, so we've got the inside of the barrel there, and then it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, and then it's got a line in there, like a, I don't know, some sort of screw hole plug thing, whatever that is. What's your favourite moment in your life as being a Jurassic fan? Doing the viral marketing, meeting cool friends in the community, or something else? Says Lewis. My favourite moment in the life of being a Jurassic Park fan. Because doing the viral marketing stuff isn't necessarily pinpointed to a single moment. It's more that happened over a period of months. One of the highlights would be getting the email from Universal reaching out saying, hey, we'd like you to talk about working on something officially Jurassic. I mean, as a fan, that was like something I never thought possible. So I'd say one of the highlights, yeah, definitely getting that email. But maybe visiting the set of Fallen Kingdom, because like you're in a Jurassic Park movie at that point, like walking around these sets. Like walking around Lockwood Manor was pretty cool, and going to the creature workshop and seeing the T-Rex animatronic in person was like, that was cool. Sticking my head inside the animatronic T-Rex, like inside the mouth, that was pretty. It's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Okay, so now what I can do is get rid of the lines here. Might actually change Wesley's mouth so he's... What are my thoughts on the Planet of the Apes films? I haven't seen the old ones in absolutely ages, so I can't really comment on those. I probably would like them. The new trilogy was really well done, but for some reason it seems quite forgettable. Like, people tend to not really talk about those movies. It's like maybe because they're so good, there's not much to say. Like, you could just enjoy them. It's like the downfall of being too good. Just no one talks about your movies. Have you seen Return to Oz? Yes, I have. Many, many years ago. Yeah, look at him looking badass. Now what I want to do is get Mia, separate Mia from Wesley, and change the gun colour. Change that to red as well. Let's merge those. So now we have Wesley with a gun. Okay, so let's do the colour on this guy now. Freaky Boy John Dog says, would be kind of cool if in Dominion some cloned compies have a genetic defect that gives them the numbing venomous bite in the novel. I don't know if they already had that in the films, but they don't explain it. Yeah, I think it's kind of alluded to in The Lost World with the fact that Dieter Stark seems to be slowing down. Like, they could have really emphasized that. But they don't really explain it, do they? So it would be kind of cool if they did talk about that, you know, in the movies. I would not be opposed to it. Thoughts on the Terminator film, says David the Master. 1 is fantastic. 2 is fantastic. 3 I can't stand. 4 it's alright, it's pretty good. It's not as bad as people say. It's not perfect, but it's probably the best sequel past Terminator 2. Terminator Genesis is absolute shit. It's a pile of crap. And Dark Fate was bland and boring and forgettable. But in the different type of forgettable compared to Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes is forgettable because it's so good that you just don't, no one cares about talking about them too much or in any great detail outside of, yeah, really good films, great special effects, great story, brilliant, done. Whereas Dark Fate is forgettable because it's just, we've been there before, we've done everything they've shown before. You can see in The Lost World, says Freaky Boy, when Dieter gets them off, he seems as if their bites are a little more irritable, despite one of them almost ripping his lip off. Most of his fatigue could come from that. Yeah. Kyle's still alive, says Gary. Yes, he is. Lewis says, if Jurassic Park 4 had a human dinosaur hybrid and a really great story, would you love it or don't like it? I think this is today's last question because it's really I'm really starting to enjoy seeing your drawing. Oh, this is the last question. Oh, you can ask as many as you want, Lewis. So if Jurassic Park 4 had a human dinosaur hybrid and a really great story, would you love it or don't like it? Context is key. I've always said I'm not opposed to the idea of human dinosaur hybrids, but it's how you, I mean, I used to be, but like, it's always about how you execute it. I've said it in a live stream in the past that, you know, if one way you could do it is they go into a lab, the characters discover this laboratory where testing has been done with that sort of thing in mind, and they see this bloodied tarp on a table, like a morgue table, and they pull the tarp away and it reveals this horrible chimera between human and dinosaur that went horribly wrong. It's like it's not alive, but there it is lying on the table. It probably lived for a few, and they read like, I don't know, they read like a document that says like it lived for like 17 minutes or something before dying. And that way you're covering the subject, but you're leaving it to be mysterious. So it could work that way. But to see like a human dinosaur hybrid running around, you know, like what we saw in that concept art where there's like a raptor with like a metal gun for an arm or whatever, it's like that's, you're going too over the top there, and that wouldn't work. It's like Alien Resurrection to Alien. Like you watch Alien, then you watch Alien Resurrection. That's not gel, because Ripley's like a superhero in that, and she's doing things that you wouldn't see the character doing in one of the older films, in the original. So, just seeing how I've done this gun. See, that actually has a lighter bottom bit, so maybe I should. There. Mm-hmm. You love Alien Resurrection. You love that kind of movie. I like Alien Resurrection as a standalone movie. It's a stupid, like, sci-fi romp. But as an Alien movie, it's terrible because it doesn't take Alien seriously at all. Whereas, like, you watch the first Alien movie, it's so almost real. The characters are so believable, and then you cut to Alien Resurrection, and you've got this guy doing, like, leaning backwards on these stairs by his legs and shooting at an alien like something out of the Avengers. It's like, all right, we're in a totally different territory here with that film. Yeah, it's not canon to me. Titan of Serpent says, hey Jack, did you catch the new episode of Primal? I did, and I loved it. No, but I will be watching it later. Like, I'm so excited for that. I'm so happy Primal's a thing because I was so, like, personally disappointed with Camp Cretaceous. I'm just happy that there's, like, another dinosaur series going on that, like, just completely blows Camp Cretaceous out of the water. That I can actually, like, in terms of the sort of thing that I'm drawn to, that I can really enjoy. Obviously, Dino-Defenders is the best animated dinosaur series going at the moment. Let's not kid ourselves here. But no, I'm really excited for Primal. I will be watching that later. I've been hearing people talk about it, and I know they've greenlit a second series, which I'm really excited about. I was listening to the Jurassic Park podcast earlier today, and someone in the mailbag brought up Primal, and Brad and Jen were like, no, we both haven't seen it. And I was like, what? Oh my god, these guys, why have you not watched it? So, like, Primal should be something that the Jurassic fan base is talking about, like, almost ad nauseum, but it's hard. I'm trying to convince Clayton to watch it, but I don't think he's watched it at all. It's like, come on, dude, like, Primal's so kick-ass. Freaky Boy John Dog says, Covenant faults the line between being worthy of canon and just having too many faults to be taken personally as canon. Still more respectful to the source material than Resurrection ever was. It is miles more respectful to the source material than Alien Resurrection by a mile. I definitely hold Covenant as canon. Like, I love that movie to bits. I think it's really good, really well done. Dave the Master says, what is your opinion of all the Star Wars movies? There's only one Star Wars movie. It came out in 1977. What do you mean movies? There's only one Star Wars movie. Mikey CJG says, I love the Indominus Rex because of its backstory and how and why they made her, etc. Sweet. Tyler, hello, says, do you know when you'll do a commentary for Disney's Dinosaurs, since it came out in October over in the UK and is now 20 years old? I don't know. If I did a commentary for that, I'd probably try and convince Clayton and other people to join me. I'm not the biggest fan of Disney's Dinosaur. I like that trailer they put out before Tarzan in the UK, Disney's Tarzan, where it was like none of the dinosaurs were talking or anything. I liked that. Have I got his colours right? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Let me drag this Wesley over. Yeah, look, his hair's... His skin's different. Oof. Let's get his hair right. Dominion would be a really enjoyable film, mostly because it feels like an original JP trilogy and it's just perfect sequel for Jurassic Park, says Ill, yeah. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Gary Pfeiffer, oh my god, that Primal episode gave me I Am Legend vibe. Who else? Wait, was... The last Primal episode I saw was the one with the Camarasaurus that gets an infection, let's put it that way. Is that the one you're talking about? Because if that's the one, if that's the latest episode you're talking about, yes, I have seen that one. If there's a new one, then I'm going to be all over it. I'll do you know what? I'll have a look quickly now. Let me just have a really quick look. Yeah, there's only 6 episodes I can see on where I'm looking at the moment. Let me have a look. Oh, number of episodes 7 on the Wikipedia. Oh no, Covenant of the Damned. Ooh, no, I haven't seen that one. It's October 18th it's apparently coming out. Is this that Argentinosaurus in the episode of Plague of Madness? Titan of Sub says the Camarasaurus episode is going to be the next episode after this one, actually. Wait, that's confusing, because... Do you mean set? Is it set after... Set after this? The Camarasaurus episode is going to be set after that? Or Argentinosaurus, or whatever they are. Do you mean set after it? Because they've already released it, so they can't... they can't re-release it, can they? Set after, okay. That's weird. That's weird that they've done it like that. It's funny we're speaking about Alien because one of the backgrounds I want to work on is actually very alien inspired. Which once I've got Mia done, once I've got these two characters done, we'll move on to that. Have you seen any Bruce Lee films? A long time ago I saw Enter the Dragon. I saw a couple of them actually. I can't remember the other one though. I'll tell you what I've been watching recently. I've been re-watching all the old Jerry Anderson Thunderbirds. I've got the whole box set on DVD and I've been working my way through them. I love that series. So well done. And so much fun to watch. It's always fun to watch models being blown up and these little puppets. The way they do they really make you invest in the stories. And you make them believable, even though you can see that they're like little marionette puppets. I love it. Oh, Gary, no, I haven't. I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, I'll dog hyena things. Have you seen the Treasure of the Sierra Madre? No, I know of it though. Oh wait, what am I doing? The wrong brown. There we go. Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Favorite board game? Asks David. Chess. Love me some chess. I've actually got a really big chess set here. I don't know if it's near me, but can't say anything on Primal as I've unfortunately not checked it out yet, but definitely will when I find the time. Oh, it's so good. It's really good. Totally should be talked about more. Speaking of Alien, says Lewis, do you know that there was an early Prometheus script that explained about what the Deacon was and the black liquid to the engineers? Is an interesting read. Yeah, that's the is that the John Spates script? I've had a peruse through it, but I haven't actually sat down and read it page to you know, the full thing. Okay, let's add his scars. Mikey C. Jane Dude says, my favourite Thunderbirds episode was the one with the large mutant alligators. When I was a kid, I loved that episode. It's called Attack of the Alligators. I really liked when I was younger, I liked Attack of the Alligators. I liked, is it Desperate Intruder? It's the one where Brains gets put in the sand up to his neck, and they're looking for that ancient temple under the ocean, under this lagoon in the middle of the forest. What am I talking about? Desert. In the middle of the desert. Have you ever seen the Godzilla and King Kong animated shows? I've got all of the 98 Godzilla TV show on DVD. And I have heard of the... Oh, excuse me. I need to open up this energy drink. The King Kong animated TV show. I know there's a number of them. I watched one a few years back. Not all of it, but caught it. And it wasn't really my cup of tea. But I know they made... Like, I made a series on my YouTube channel called The Skull Island Files. And I do believe I mention some of the animated shows on that. Or it might be in my King Kong video. That's one of the first videos in my Jurassic June series on my old YouTube channel. If you just search Jurassic June, you'll find the series of videos called the History of Dinosaur Movies, and I believe it's number 2 in that list. And I think it's either that video or one of the ones on the channel where I talk about this channel where I talk about the Kong animated TV show. Titanotsurfer says, I love these 2 action shots of Wesley, and then you have one Wesley in the background that's like, what are you guys doing over there? Yeah, that's funny. It's funny because I do all this detail, and this shot I'm showing right now is going to be like barely a second long. Gary says, is Kyle shooting at the Megaraptor while Jess carries Mia in her arms? No. No. Just tweaking the colour here. Do you like Gamera? Asks David. I've got the Showa era Gamera films on DVD, the really old ones. I haven't seen any of the like 90s ones, and I know lots of people in the monster community say they're the best ones. I just haven't seen them. I think Gamera's fun. I'm trying to work out actually whether those Gamera movies that I've got, the Showa era ones, are actually public domain in the UK. I think they might be. I'm going to have to look it up. But if they are, that means I could actually show them on this channel and do commentaries for each one, which would be quite funny. Okay, so let's grab... just going around his shirt, and then I have to make sure I connect it up like that, so that way I can make his shirt dark. And then the gun, I want it to be like a grey. I'm gonna have to go in and fix up all these imperfections. Oh, and I've missed his shoulder there. Gamera versus Godzilla should definitely happen, said David. That would be fun. Only if Toho and the people in Japan who own Gamera did it. I wouldn't want to see like an Americanized version. I'd want to see the Japanese do it. And go the full suits, you know. With... yeah, do it with suits. Just go old school with it, because... the fight that's been meaning to happen for a long time. Okay, so Wesley's... don't need that anymore. Don't need him. Don't need... Wait, is Wesley... Oh, Mia's here as well. Put her over here. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So we've got the lines, the colour. Stick them together. I'm just going to go in and fix up all the imperfections because there's going to be loads of them. Don't you dare have COVID, Jack, says Gary. I don't have COVID. I had a cold, a normal, regular cold the other day. And I'm on the tail end of that. And the cough is just because, you know, you get mucus and God knows what else on the tail end. So it's just tickling the back of my throat. I can feel it. It's not like a persistent cough like with COVID. Yo, Derek Porter says, hey Jack, how's it going? It is going very good. Very good. How is it going for yourself, Derek? Gary Pfeiffer says, really though, I haven't gotten sick all this year. Usually I'm sick by springtime or during autumn, but apparently not. See, same with me. I usually, like, this sickness I've got is the first one I've had in a very long time. And I was saying the same thing, that it was like when COVID struck, all the other normal colds and you know, COVID like or COVID, because that's actually a family of viruses to do with respiratory viruses. They sort of like all went away for a little bit, and now they're coming back because COVID is sort of now the norm. COVID's had its fun, and all the other sicknesses are like, all right, we'll come back. Gotta get your wisdom teeth removed tomorrow. Oof. Well, if you can drink a lot of whiskey afterwards. numb that mouth. But that's probably really bad advice, so don't listen to me. I'm like, yeah, just drink a load of whiskey after it, you'll be alright. Swirl the whiskey in your mouth. Numb your gums. I have heard of a Most Dangerous Game, David. I haven't checked it out though. Okay, let's have a look. Where are we looking now? Okay, that looks much better. Now I'm just going to get a dark colour. I just want to add some lines to the barrel so it looks like it's there you go, it looks like it's a tube. Now let's get Wesley's wound. I was going to have Clayton said he might turn up to join me on stream so we can discuss this whole Twister as part of the canon in my Twister as part of the Jurassic Park canon, which is what I have as my head canon. That was the topic I wanted to talk about today, and maybe I should message him and see if he's about. Yeah, Freaky Boy. I have heard about the whole potential Thing remake with John Carpenter involved. I don't care about it. I mean, they'll have to win me over in a big way for me to be interested more. I'm just not. Like, we've got two amazing remakes, or well, one really amazing remake of the story Who Goes There, or like a retelling, should I say? I don't know how. Like, if we need another one. Now, does he have a cut on his hand? Let me have a look. No, but he has this cut. Wesley's getting more scars. Are you sure he'd be awake? Says Gary. Clayton, I spoke to him yesterday. He said he'd be down for coming on. He did know the time. Maybe I'll send him a message now and see what he says. See if he even gets it. See what he says. What are some of your favourite puzzle games? God, I haven't played any in ages. Okay, so Wesley is looking pretty good. Just gonna neaten up some of the aspects of him. Now let's get the burn tool. Yo Chaos Knight. David says, are you going to read Kong King of Skull Island book? It's a prequel sequel to the original Kong. The book ignores Son of Kong. Probably not. That's my honest answer. I probably won't read it. with like the King Kong and Godzilla, I don't get so much involved in the backstory lore as I do with like Alien and Jurassic. But even then, with Alien, it's kind of died down a bit for me, actually. The only film series I'm sort of invested in the backstory and that is Jurassic, really. Like Alien, like when people talk about like the models of guns and what years things happen in, I'm like, I have no idea. David asks, do you like Oscars? What do you mean, the award show? What do you mean, Oscars? Do you like Oscars? Do you watch the awards? No. I don't care. It's like the Oscars is so weird. It's like they're people praising each other for things that they've done. I don't know. It's really self-involved, I think. There you go. I think that looks pretty good for Wesley. Might just darken him a little bit. Have you seen the newest episode of Primal yet? So asked Derek Porter. What's the name of the episode you're talking about? Is it Plague of Madness or is it Covenant of the Damned? I'm going to sign into Discord just in case Clayton's trying to get on. We'll see. Scent of Prey. What? That's not even... Oh, right. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I see it here. There is, yeah, Scent of Prey. No, I haven't seen it. I will be watching that after this. Scent of Prey. Wow. Okay, yeah, you're right. And it's set before Plague of Madness. I wonder why they released Plague of Madness before then. That's so strange. What's your opinion of War of the Worlds movies? I like the 53 movie. I like the. I really like the Spielberg 2005 film. I really like the book, and I like the musical. Everything else, I don't care about. Need to remember not to watch any Jurassic World Dominion or Godzilla vs Kong trailers past the teaser. I don't want to have another Fallen Kingdom moment where they show too much of the epilogue in the trailer, says Freaky Boy John Dog. Yeah, best to just avoid all of that. Just might as well wait. You know you're going to see him anyway, so it's like... The trailers are meant to be entice... Trailers these days are mainly done to entice people who don't care too much, but it's just to remind them that it's coming and show some flashy images. Like all the fans and stuff, they're already gonna go, you know, they're already convinced to see it. If a fan of something can't go to the cinema or that to go see a movie, that'll be like a special case. If they can make it, they're gonna go and see it. Okay, so we've got Wesley done here. Now let's move on to Mia. And she shouldn't be in front of the gun, but perhaps she should be. I'm wondering if she should be behind Wesley. Like... yeah. It was an April Fool's Day joke, yeah. Trailers nowadays just suck. I miss when teaser trailers didn't use the footage of the final production. That still counts the hype. Yep, that's why like I'm so against spoilers when it comes to things that I'm willing to already see. And obviously Jurassic doesn't count because I'm working behind the scenes on that stuff. But that's why like when people post like set leaks. And while it might not show something plot-wise in terms of a character death or, you know, a plot point in the character revealing something, like these blurry set photos or videos of, you know, some action happening on set. Like, I'm against that sort of stuff as well because you don't know the context for it, but when you watch the trailer, you might see something that was leaked out from like a set photo that then connects the dots for some of the images in the trailer that you otherwise normally wouldn't put together. And then you'll be like, oh, I know how this plays out. And it's like, that happens all the time. So these people who post like pictures online of like set photos and stuff, and they're like, oh, don't worry, there's no spoilers in it. It's like, yes, there are. And they're the same people who tend to like complain that the trailers show too much. They're like, so the trailers show too much. Hey, look at this! I found this really blurry picture of a dinosaur or something from like Dominion, like from a distance. Look at this! Look. Oh, great! Yeah, great. You're spoiling it for everyone else. Cheers. Some people just don't want to see anything. See, now I've angled her differently. I need to change her hair. Have you read any dinosaur educational books? Asks David. Not for a while, I'd say. Have I actually sat down and read one properly? The last one I was reading was an old book from the 70s about extinction. But I've got like a collection of books I'm building up, because after I finish Dino-Defenders I might go on a bit of a reading binge, and a couple of dinosaur books that I do own, I actually have them with me. We'll just show you them quickly. Let me pull up the old webcam here. I've got them with me right here. There's Dinosaurs Past and Present Volume 1, which is a really cool looking book. Obviously some of the information in here might be like outdated. It's got like dinosaurs swimming and all that. I think this is this the one with the no, but it's got like really beautiful artwork in it. like Charles Knight here. I believe that's Charles Knight's work. Yeah, this is the book which has the Trudon human, like if the Trudons kept evolving, they're like humanoid version. And then the other book I've got, oops, sorry, just hit the mic. The other book I've got is Dinosaurs Past and Present Volume 2, which is the second book. I don't know if there's any other volumes. You know, you got like pictures of dinosaurs and stuff, you know that. I wouldn't mind reading both of these. I don't know if, obviously it might be outdated by today's standards, but I don't care. I like reading that sort of stuff. Oh god, these books are heavy though, and I've got other books here that are even heavier. Put those down. Are you going to do more movie reviews? Yeah, I mean, once I finish Dino-Defenders, I'm going to go back to making more, you know, regular Pterodome videos and other stupid stuff. But until then, if someone asked you to review a movie, would you review it? Well, I'd like to, but it depends on time. You know, I've got a baby now. Like, I've got a child to look after, so my time's all sort of like skewed. That's why you're going to see only these kind of live streams on my channel for a while. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Now let's just get rid of that. Let's get Mia from here. Have you seen any Ed Wood films? I've seen Plan 9 from Outer Space. And I believe I've seen one other, but I can't remember which one. Favorite 1950s B movie? It's hard because like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and The Thing from Another World, I wouldn't consider them B movies. Even though they probably would be considered that by the general masses. I don't know. I don't even know if I could answer that, actually. What would be your story for a Godzilla show? Asks David. Godzilla turns up, right? And get this. You got to listen to this. This is really interesting. He turns up to Tokyo and he smashes the buildings down. How about that? How about that for an innovative idea about a Godzilla story? My God, we're almost an hour and 40 minutes in and I still haven't got this frame finished. I thought we'd have this done. It's taken longer than expected. Whoop. Pink everywhere. When am I going to do reviews on Jurassic Park fan films? Don't know. Probably never. I don't know if her mouth would be better. Yeah. Like so. Well, I'm probably going to start talking about why I consider Twister to be part of canon, in the Jurassic Park canon. So basically, it comes down to this. No actors in Twister contradict any of the actors seen in either of the Jurassic Park movies. So there's no like bleed over of, you know, you see a character from Jurassic Park played by an actor, and then you watch Twister and that same actor is playing a different character. There's none of that. So, you know, you can pretend that they are all different people compared to what we've seen in the Jurassic movies. It's produced by Spielberg. The screenplay is written by Michael Crichton and his wife at the time, I believe. Did they get divorced? Let me have a look at that. Okay, no, yeah, they got divorced in 2003. But anyway, point is, Michael Crichton wrote the story, wrote the screenplay. And it's not like it's pivotal to the canon in the Jurassic universe, but whenever I watch it, it feels exactly feels like the exact same universe. Like it's tangibly, I could almost like pull it out of the screen and be like, oh look, it's part of Jurassic Park. The way the characters talk, the way the film's framed, the music, the score, everything, it sounds like it should be part of the Jurassic universe. You know, you've got like these group of scientists chasing a tornado down, and they're almost like the paleontologists like Alan Grant, and then you've got the InGen characters who are like the ones trying to get Dorothy or Dot Free or whatever their rip-off version off. You know, you've got this clashing scientists, clashing viewpoints on how science works and all that sort of stuff. So, for me, it's got everything going for it as a spin-off Jurassic movie. And simply put, that's why I consider it part of the canon. That's it. It's not really complicated. Has Mia become attached to the green dinosaur Cornelius? In the second episode, she seems to know his mood, says Mikey Dean. Yeah, because she, if you remember, she says her grandma Rose brought her here, obviously to overcome the death of her family, but also to look after the dinosaurs or the animals that she wanted Mia to look after, and one of which was Cornelius. So she knows Cornelius well. Do you like The Simpsons? Asks David. Yeah, I mean, I liked it when it was, you know, back in the day. I haven't watched it for years. I don't particularly care for it anymore. Gary says, I think I like Cornelius. Cornelius will return, don't worry. Cornelius, the little green dinosaur, he'll be back. We haven't seen the last of Cornelius. David says, can you do a DVD Blu-ray book collection video? Maybe one day. Mikey says, Twister is a great movie. I could see them in a movie if another hurricane hits another park. Two teams get stuck together. Yeah. That's what I mean. The next time you watch Twister, just imagine that it is it's like just another story set in between Jurassic Park and The Lost World. You know, it's set in 1996. And just imagine it's taking place in that universe, because at that point in time in the Jurassic canon, no one knows about the dinosaurs. Malcolm might have broken his NDA by that point, but no one believes him. So there's no reason those characters should bring up Jurassic Park or anything. So it fits perfectly into the timeline. I don't know what's wrong with Mia. Maybe her eyes aren't big enough. Something about her looks a bit off. Let me see if I can... fix her up a bit. Maybe it is the hair. Maybe the hair needs to be down like this. Oh, yeah, that looks better. Did I add an extra notch in her hair? No, I want number 7, please. I did have another notch, and I also haven't added. See you later, Derek. Thanks for popping by. Gary says, any story ideas for a Tremors movie? Oh, God. Yeah, Kevin Bacon and Michael Gross are in this little town called Perfection. And these giant underground worms attack them. I think that would be a good Tremors movie. Oh, God. I haven't added a iris color yet, Gary. Oh my god, why do I keep closing that file? I need it. Hello, Hannah. How are you doing? Aqua green. Do you know what? I wouldn't even know what the colour is. It's kind of like... Yeah, it's kind of like aqua green. Look how messy this is when you get close up. Let me... Okay, let me try and sort this out. Again, for a shot that's going to be in it for like 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. Like less than a second, maybe. Oh, she's with Emma showing the stream. Well, hello, you guys. So I can get rid of the tiny Mia here. Mess up her. Maybe the hair needs to be down a little bit more like this. And then I actually want to cut her hand out. Just going to add a shadow. Get that like that. So basically the shadow may be a bit too thick. Just yeah, it just needs to be subtle so it looks like it's actually over her. Like so, and then I might actually grab, let's see, what injuries does she have? Let's open up this frame here. She has the cut on her face. What new Dilophosaurus research? Come on, freaky boy John Dog, you can't leave us hanging like that. Like, you basically just said, I wonder if anyone's heard this really cool, awesome stuff. No, Jess is not in this shot, Gary. After this, I'm going to work on a background. I'm just trying to find this one so I can kind of get the right colours. So first things first, I want to... And then she has this big old cut on her head. Whereabouts is it? It's just under the eye. I might just beef up her eyebrows just to get some more expression out of it. Yo, Big Shark, how you doing? Freaky Boy says they discovered that the animal's frill looked and functioned more like the crests on modern birds, like cassowaries. It wasn't just a thin sheet of bone on the skull. Wait, it wasn't just a thin sheet of bone on the skull? Isn't that what a cassowary's thing is? Or is the cassowary's one, is that like fine feathers or something? My knowledge of cassowary biology is a little bit limited, I will admit. I know they have blue skin under all those feathers, and I know they have a claw on their middle toe, much like a raptor, or a velociraptor, or you know, like a dinosaur. And now I just want to get the eye color like this. Okay, so now if I get rid of the white in the background, I don't know if Hannah is watching still with my wife, but these two characters here, I had to do a bit of acting myself to get these characters down. Anyway, delete that, we don't need that anymore. Now we're just gonna, oh, need to blend. See you later, Titan of Serpents. Freaky Boy says, bird beaks and crests are made out of the same material our nails and nose are made of. They suspect Dilophosaurus had the same thing for heart regulation and even individual distinction. The bone is just where the material meets. Dilophosaurus' crest could have been much larger. Ooh, nice. That's pretty interesting. They have like these massive crests. Trash Picture Show with €5. Thank you very much for the tip. So Jack, would you ever do a list of your favourite dinosaur themed TV shows such as Terra Nova and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? If you did, it would be awesome. Well, I'll say this. Yes, maybe I will in the future do a video where I cover my favourite dinosaur TV shows. I will say this though, Terra Nova will not be on it. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs definitely would. I love that show. Actually, I bought something to do with Cadillacs and Dinosaurs the other day that you guys might like. Maybe I'll run and go get it in a second. Never heard of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs was a show, cartoon series that ran for like 12 episodes. Came out in like 1993. I believe it aired the same year as Jurassic Park. And it was about a future where man and dinosaurs live together. And they don't really explain it. They just say like the forces of nature have spun wildly out of control or whatever. And it was basically based on these comics called Xenozoic era I think they were called Xenozoic era comics, but they followed this guy called Jack Tenrec, which was like this guy who'd done up this old Cadillac, and he drove around. It was like Mad Max, but set in a world with dinosaurs, kind of. And they did this cartoon show for kids, which I grew up on. I used to love watching it on TV, and you can actually, I think they're all on YouTube. Like, you can watch them, and oh, they're awesome. I just love them. They're so good. Let me I'm just gonna let me save this. I'm just gonna run and go get the thing I want to show you guys to do with Cadillacs and Dinosaurs that I bought. I'll be 2 seconds. One. So, what I bought is right here. Let me show you guys. So I actually bought on eBay an animation cell from Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Let me see if I can make that even bigger. So if I get this out, this is amazing. I have to be really careful with this because this is like, I want to get this framed. But I saw this on eBay and I was like, how am I not going to buy that? So here it is. This is the legit animation cell. What it is you've got this watercolored background, which is, you can see that this is actually, I think it's been printed, but scanned and edited, I think, maybe manipulated in the future. And then you've got this animation cell of Hermes, this dinosaur, and this is the actual hand painted. So when you turn it around, you can actually see that it's been painted in these, it's almost like poster paint, and you can see all the imperfections and stuff. So this is what they would do to animate. They would have this frame, they would put this down on it, take a photo or whatever, then they'd do another one of these and animate. It's basically how I'm animating Dino-Defenders for the most part. But this is like a legit part of the series. Like, this is a real animation cell from Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and I want to have it framed, and I will treasure it forever. But yeah, there you go. I just saw it and I thought, oh my god, an actual animation cell that's like of one of the dinosaurs. I was like, that is kick ass. I'm just going to place that gently down here, and I'll put it back later. So there you go. How cool is that? Down I go, back into the corner. What else are you guys saying? I've never actually read the comics of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs Trash Picture Show, which is funny. Yeah, they were more gory. The show is definitely aimed for kids. Michael Rutkowski, I hope I pronounced that right, says, who's the girl you're drawing? Rose Tico? Draw some badass lady who isn't running from a T-Rex in high heels, someone like Ellen Ripley or Catherine Janeway. No, this is Mia. She is awesome. You'll see. You'll see. She's much cooler than Rose Tico. See, I think maybe she's maybe a little bit too big. Yeah, maybe that's better. Then just sort the top of her thing out, the top of her head. Would you ever re-upload your Aliens collection video here or on your other channel? I remember how awesome your Alien Free Queen fetus statue was. Oh, you see, I don't own that statue anymore. I actually donated that to a friend of mine for a birthday of his. I gave it to Ross as a birthday gift. But yeah, I was thinking of maybe doing another Alien collection video, but I don't know. Maybe I'll re-upload it. Okay, so I think we've got this frame done. I might just blur the background a little bit more. Box blur. Yeah, that's better. I got Clayton sending me bloody Star Wars videos. Now, do I add... Let me see if a little lens flare on the end of his gun. Oh my god, this image is huge. Delete that. Just want to see, because filter... render lens flare. We'll see what it looks like if there's a little bit of a... Yeah, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Content from Star Wars Explained or movie clips is Gary Pfeiffer. It's a video called Why Rey is Not a Mary Sue, and Clayton wants me to watch it because he thinks it's a pretty decent video. I'll be the judge. I'll be the judge of that. I can't stand those new Star Wars films. They're so rubbish. Okay, that's pretty good. Just wondering if he would look better with his eyes like. Yeah, that's kind of good. And I might just make her just a tad bit smaller. Trash Pictures said, gotta go, get lunch. But I just want to say again, man, your Black Sack reviews with Will have kept me going through lockdown, rewatching. Hope you and your family stay safe, boss. Thank you very much. Thank you for rewatching those videos. I'd love to get back to making some of those, but unfortunately, life has had other plans, hasn't it? I'm not talking about baby, I'm talking about more COVID. Because baby is an absolute joy. Okay, so we've done this. This is good. Right, flatten image, and we'll save this. We'll save it as frame 13. I believe it's frame 13, right, that I need to do. These are all out of order, what I'm doing. So 11, 12, 13, yep. Okay. I've just noticed something. I've just noticed something. The bottom of bloomin' Wesley's jacket. There's no... Oh my god. How did I miss that? That would have been a huge mistake. So his jacket just has all these lines like this. There you go. And Mia doesn't even have a body. It just disappeared. So let's get that corrected. It's meant to be... Oh god. Oh, bugger. It's meant to be that. I might even make that a little bit darker because Jesus. There we go, that's better. Right, now save it. Can't believe that. Almost made a big boo-boo. Big old boob. Boo. Boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Boob. Alright, so let's move on to the next frame that I'm working on today, which is a background. So we want to open up the blank one and then open up, and this is the one that's kind of inspired by Alien, which is the mess hall. So we want that to be like that. So let's firstly let's duplicate the layer, and then we're going to cut the chairs and tables out. So we're going to do this all in layers. Big Shark 9 says, just discovered a Missing Compies podcast this other day. We'll definitely have to catch up. Yeah, I've been on the Missing Compies podcast to talk about Dino-Defenders, actually. But I like the podcast. It's kind of different and refreshing because the guy who hosts it is really not a fan of the Lost World movie. And it's kind of refreshing to hear a different opinion about that film. Been watching a few podcasts lately, both Jurassic and non-Jurassic themed. Nice way to kind of spend time. Yeah, I listen to podcasts a lot when I'm at work. My favourite ones to listen to at the moment are... let's see, I'm loading up my podcast app. I listen to the Jordan Peterson podcast. But also Lex Friedman's podcast. Pretty good one. I listened to the Sitch and Adams show. I started listening to Greenwood with Scott Mannion and Carl Benjamin. The Andrew Klavan show. The Young Heretics. The Mogcast. And obviously, like the Jurassic Park podcast. There's a few others I've got here, but there's so many I listen to. But yeah, they're some of the ones that I listen to. So I wanted to cut the tables and chairs out, and then I'll do another layer for something else, and then I can get the the tools on each individual layer. Yeah, he is more of a novel guy, Big Shark, on Missing Compies. And he does read-throughs of the scripts, like, yeah, you've just said, done the David Coep read-through. Is you erasing everything, says Gary. I'm getting these as a layer. I've got another layer underneath, which is just the whole thing. As you can see here, underneath where I am, in the little box in the top right corner, you can see I've got two layers. This bottom layer is the whole thing. So I'm clicking these little eyeballs here. So if I click this eyeball off, you can see it's just a normal picture. If I click that eyeball underneath off, it shows this layer, the top one. And it shows that I'm getting rid of the floor. This is so I can edit the chairs and tables. And then edit the floor in the other layer. Oop. So now, because I just did that, I can grab all of this and click delete. And now we've got those as a layer. Now I'm going to do the same again, but this time it's going to be the floor. Like so. So now I'm going to name that layer floor, this layer table and chairs, and then we've got this layer here, which anyway, what was I doing? So I'm going to cut the doorway out here. As the background. I'm actually going to stretch that a little bit, so there we go. So now we've got 4 different layers. This is really giving me Nostromo vibes. Yeah, this is like the underground mess hall. So I've got room, table and chairs, floor, and then background. So first things first, let's edit the tables and chairs. I really want to up the brightness on those. And then start to edit these. Thanks Mikey, says got to go, great stream. Thank you very much for coming by. I actually want to, if I can, Stretch that a little bit that way. And stretch that a little bit that way. The Nostromo is the ship from Alien. So they said Dino-Defenders was going to be influenced by not only Jurassic Park but Alien. Like the whole underground area of this base is, you know, inspired by that film series. Ah, room, what are you doing? There we go, now we get the floor. You watched the director's cut of the Aliens for the first time, says Big Shark. How did you find it? I prefer the director's cut over the theatrical cut of Aliens. Okay, so now we can get the floor layer. We can add the shadow of the table. Or actually, maybe not just yet. Not just yet, actually. That's what we want. No, I don't want that anyway. Come on. Come on, computer. Stay with me now. I would say the chairs don't have to look too good because there's going to be characters sat in them, so you're not really going to see much of this detail. Big Shark says, didn't even know there was a director's cut. I just found it on demand and watched it. Nice. You know, there's a director's cut of Alien, the original director's cut of Aliens, which you've just watched, an assembly cut, which is like a studio cut of Alien 3, and there's a director's cut of Alien Resurrection as well. And Ridley Scott has gone on record to say that the theatrical release of Prometheus and Covenant, they are his director's cuts, so don't think we're going to be getting different versions of those anytime soon. Especially now Disney own them. So you could basically kiss all that goodbye. Why is that not working? Yeah, Resurrection is the one with that bug. That hideous CGI bug at the beginning. It's dreadful. Yeah, same here, Freaky Boy. Thing about Alien 3 is I can see why it's a take it or leave it movie for some, like after Aliens. Aliens was very bombastic, very Hollywood, you know, very like pump your fist into the air, like, yeah, get him, Ripley, kind of thing. Whereas Alien 3 is more like existential horror and all about redemption and forgiveness and all that sort of stuff. And it's very dark. So I can see why people get turned off by it, but I don't know, I think it's very cleverly done. And they would never make a film like that today after like if a studio made Aliens today and it did as well as it did back in the day, like the equivalent, you know, adjusted for inflation and all that sort of stuff, because Aliens was pretty popular. Like if they did that today, you know, they would just make it Aliens 2. They wouldn't go ahead and make something like Alien 3 today. And they wouldn't do that because so many people complained about it, but then everyone will complain that films today are too predictable. see. Let's get these little glasses of water looking good. Thank you for the $3 donation, Big Shark. That's most kind. He says, your commentary of Resurrection was the first time I saw the theatrical cut because I only saw the director's cut. Nice. God, that movie. I do not have nice things to say about Resurrection. As the angry video game nerd would say, what were they thinking? I'm going to use the lighten tool to try and bring these glasses out like this. Yeah. Are you expecting Santa Claus? Yeah. Are you expecting Santa Claus? So now, this is where a lot of the detail's going to come in. I didn't think it was bad, I just play it in the background sometimes. I didn't even like the Xenomorphs themselves, to be honest. The design was particularly too slimy and gross. I don't like how they roared like beasts instead of hisses and screeches. Yeah, I mean, I got what they were trying to do. They were trying to make the aliens like a blend between the Xenomorph and Ripley, but sort of the Xenomorph version of that. More so than Ripley, because they had more human traits. But I don't know, it just wasn't... That film was just too divorced from what Alien was. The way I would have done Resurrection, given a sort of similar premise, is Ripley wouldn't be in the film, but they would clone... They'd have like samples of Ripley's blood or whatever from Farina 161, and the blood would be contaminated with alien DNA, and what they clone, the film would follow them cloning it for the first time, and what they clone is this like hideous Ripley Xenomorph hybrid that goes on a rampage, like take it back to its one alien on the ship kind of thing. And tone the comedy down by a lot. And change the set design. Like a bloomin' scientific vessel 200 years in the future from Alien 3 shouldn't look like it was, as James Hawkins pointed out, like 2 days after Alien 3. Like the ship design, like the science vessel was so craply designed. The idea that these people like breathe on a locking system to open doors was just a joke. Like as a science vessel, it's meant to be all clean and antiseptic, all that Is it? That's no. What's the word I'm looking for? Septic, right? Anyway, yeah, it's meant to be like clean and no germs, nothing like that. But then you got people breathing on locks and stuff. It's like, give me a break. Give me an effing break. Yeah, Freaky Boy, there you go. He says, I would have done a Cronenberg thing where she starts off looking like Ripley and gradually becomes more Xenomorph looking, having her the main antagonist of the film. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Big Shark, Prometheus did do it better. Just Prometheus and Covenant, just far more interesting movies than whatever Alien Resurrection had to bring to the table after Alien 3. Freaky Boy says, my only real gripe with Covenant is that they actually went ahead and gave the Xenomorph a fully explained origin. I don't know, I prefer the mystery. See, I take issue with that because I don't believe that the Covenant gave us the full backstory of the Xenomorph. One, if we're going to take everything, I mean, this could all go down the shitter in the next movie. If there's ever a next movie, thanks to Disney. But if we go by the two Ridley Scott films, right? I assume you're talking about David creating the Xenomorph. Is that what you're saying? I just want to get that clear before I make my point. I could be talking out my butt if I not cleared this up. Is that what you were referencing? Yes, you are. Okay, so David makes a version of the Xenomorph, which is the one that we come to know from the Alien films later on, right? However, in Prometheus, they look up at the murals in the headroom, and one of the murals on the wall depicts these alien hands holding an egg with the four leaves coming off the top. So the engineers, as far as we know, they have created or discovered, because it's never actually explicitly stated, they created or discovered the type of Xenomorph that we know and love. I think fans, I mean, Ridley Scott said that, like, we're going to find the origins and all this sort of stuff during marketing and all that sort of stuff. But if you go by the actual movies themselves, No one ever states that they explicitly created those Xenomorphs. David says he's created it, but the thing is, David's not perfect, and that's what Walter points out. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Ridley Scott was allowed to make his next movie that followed David's story, that they would reveal that David thought he was creating perfection and being original, but he wasn't, and that was the whole point. That's a fault with David, that he thought he was being cool and he was being innovative, but no, he wasn't, and he was just basically discovering something that this ancient species had already discovered, and then reaped the information from. So what I mean by that is, like, they discovered the Xenomorph that we know and love in the deepest, darkest depths of space somewhere, and then they cultivated its DNA and made their own versions and stuff. Because that could still be true in the Alien universe. Like, there's nothing really to go against that notion. Or they actually did create the Xenomorph. By which case, either way, David's still copying them. But David made the Xenomorphs, like, he made a version of the Xenomorphs that we know and love in Covenant. Like, that much is true. I'm not denying that. Like, the versions of the aliens we see him make in Covenant are obviously a lot closer to what we know and love. But there's things in Prometheus that contradict that, which is what's got me thinking, well, hang on a second. Obviously, if we're talking filmmaking here, it might just be that they wanted some cool alien-looking mural to be on the wall in Prometheus, just to be like, oh yeah, look, it sort of alludes to the fact that, I think they even say it in the making of, actually, that they've alluded that they've made, you know, they made something that we would recognize. I think they might even say that. But I think the point of the story of Covenant is that David thinks he's being original, but he's not. And that's the whole point. That's the whole the wool being pulled over our eyes by David. Freaky Boy says, so he made a Xenomorph, not the Xenomorph that we eventually see later on. Well, here's the thing about the Xenomorphs, and this is probably the origin of the Xenomorphs that has probably got a lot of gripes with people, which you might take issue with. I don't know, but like the idea that the Xenomorphs, there is no actual the Xenomorph. I believe this is a misconception. This is a lot like the misconception in the Jurassic community when they say, oh, it's got, you know, I want it to feel like the older films. When people talk about the new films, they're like, oh, I want the tone to be like the older films. And that's a misconception, because all three of the original Jurassic Park movies have different tones. So when you say that, it's like, what tone are you talking about? Are you talking about the tone of The Lost World? Are you talking about the tone of Jurassic Park? Or Jurassic Park 3? Because they all have very different tones to them. So, and like that, with Alien, it's like, there's no the Alien in the original Alien films. Every single Alien film, from Alien to Resurrection, the aliens were all different. If you look at the way Ridley Scott designed had the alien designed with H.R. Geiger, and then you go to the Stan Winston ones in Aliens, they're very different, even in behaviour. And then you go to Alien 3, you've got a completely different alien in that film, and then Alien Resurrection, completely different aliens again. So to say, you know, there is no the alien. That's why I think it's the misconception here. Now, I know what you mean when you say that, because you mean like the alien, the one that comes from the egg, facehugger, xenomorph, queen, hives, all that sort of stuff. I think that's what like a lot of people mean when they talk about the alien, like you're saying. And while it is true that David made eggs and that, there is still, as I mentioned, there's that mural in Prometheus that depicts eggs, it shows the egg. I wonder if I can bring it up, actually. It is like a blink and you'll miss it thing. Here you go. It's this. There you go. That's one of the murals in Prometheus. Because they have that other one. The other one in the mural, which we see, is this one, which is really freaky. And I think these are the only things H.R. Geiger did for the film, I believe. But like, there's this weird image here, and the other one is the alien egg here. Because you can see there's that. Oh god, this is a huge image. So like, there's. Oh my god, it's huge. That's huge. So there's that one, and then there's another shot where she brings the torch over, and you can see the alien egg one. And then there's the I believe so then there's also the door. This is from the set. There's that huge door that Bloomin' What's-His-Face walks up to. Oh god, Logan Marshall's character. Anyway, he walks up and there's that green crystal in the thing. And there's this like doorway to somewhere else which they don't open. But you could see on the mural there's like the old school face huggers from the H.R. Geiger artwork. I'm just trying to see if I can find it now. Oh, I found one, but it's not the one I need. But it's this. You can see here. It's this artwork, which H.R. Geiger did in 1977. You can see it's like this engineer type character actually, with this giant original sort of face hugger on it. So there's lots of things in Prometheus that tell me that like David is not being original. Freaky Boy says, I still wonder what's up with the instinctual difference between the big chap and the soldiers. Both are hosts from the same species, but look and act totally different. I can tell you my headcanon for that. So, in Alien, you're dealing with an alien that is not near a hive. It's working alone. And if you go by the director's cut of Alien, it starts to build a hive in the bottom of the ship, and it needs to egg morph some of the crew to create a queen. And the way the alien behaves is much more calculated and smart because it needs to. It needs to, look after itself. If not, it will be killed. Now, that means the ones in Aliens are still smart, but they're collectively smart. They've got the queen has her she's always she tells those ones to back down in the hive, so she's talking to them. Could be telepathically, they like know what to do or whatever. I think that's what they sort of allude to. But the idea is the one in Alien is on its own, so it's not near a hive or anything, so it's acting more on survival and being cautious, whereas in Aliens they're more driven by numbers and they're being ordered to do something, so because they're like drones. But they are equally smart because they like cut the power and stuff, so Nice. Hello, Zool. I don't know if the Riddler reference. Oops. This music, and I want to listen to you guys are talking about the Alien franchise. Yes, we are. Freaky Boy John Dog says, I still think, however, the big chap is the best design in the series, so detailed and freaky. Yeah. I mean, the big chap is such a cool design, and one of the best, and probably the best. Don't disagree there. But yeah, I do think that a lot of people who don't realise that the alien has always changed, so it's kind of odd to hear like David ruined the alien when he's like the alien that they show in Covenant isn't anything like any other alien we've ever seen. So because the one he makes the alien that is in Covenant, or the two aliens at the end of Covenant, they're both super aggressive and kind of stupid, and it's like kind of fitting if they did go with the storyline that David thought he'd made something cool and original, but he hadn't done it perfectly. Because you've got to remember as well, the engineer, or the space jockey ship in Alien that they discover, there's still wriggle room to say that is, if that's an engineer ship, you know, and it is fossilized as bloody Captain Dallas notes. I mean, he's not a scientist or anything, but he points out that it looks like it's been fossilized or whatever. It's like, how long has that been sitting there? And if it has been sitting there for an extremely long time, then those eggs and the big chap predate Covenant and what David does. There's still that to keep in mind. But obviously Disney now owns it, so none of this actually matters anymore. throw it all out the window. Best flavour of spam, asks the Eggman. Spam. Spam is my favourite flavour of spam. Freaky Boy says, kind of funny to think that David essentially made a bootleg Xenomorph. Yeah, but I think that's honestly the point of the movie, because he's always talking about being perfect in that, and then Walter points out that he, you know, gets that fact wrong about Byron. He thinks Byron said the quote, and then David is really pissed off by the fact that he's been pointed out he's done something wrong. And I think the idea that Ridley Scott and the others were trying to allude to, because if you watch the making of Prometheus, they do talk about, I swear they talk about that, you know, the mural room and what that alludes to. And David is a flawed character, and I think that's the idea, is that he thinks he's making perfection, but he's actually just copying, essentially. Or should we say rediscovering something that had already been done. You got to think as well, like, think how David gets his name at the beginning of Covenant. He looks at a statue of David and takes the name. Like, you could very easily imagine a character, like a line of dialogue in Prometheus 3 or Covenant 2 or whatever you want to call it, where a character says, David, you're so unoriginal, even your name you took from a statue, or something like that. Like someone pointing it out. I don't know if that would happen, but it's just like, I love studying the character of David. He's fascinating. Not quite human makes a not quite Xenomorph. Exactly. Trust me, man. The more you think about this, it sort of makes more sense, and that's why I love Covenant. Like, I think it gets such a bad rap, and I'll always contend with people this notion that David created the Xenomorph. I'm like, did he? Did he really? I don't know. I don't know if he did. And hopefully that makes the film a little bit more interesting to watch for people. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If they like made another film and they come out and they're like, no, David made the Xenomorph, like the one that you know and love. Like, he absolutely made the Xenomorph. Those eggs we saw in the ship at the start of Alien, David was inside that suit. Somehow he got the alien to impregnate him or something stupid like that. Like, if they do that, I'm like, okay, you guys are talking out your ass. Or like, okay, I accept it, but it's ass what you guys are talking about. But until that happens, what we get with Covenant and Prometheus alludes to me quite heavily that David isn't, you know, all that good. Like, isn't all, what's the phrase I'm looking for? He isn't as innovative or original as he thinks he is, likes to think he is. What's that say on the sign? I can't read the script. It says, it said the map. So what I need to do for this is open up. I think it's this one. Yeah, so this is like the underground. This is from episode 1. So here, like, we're here, the dining hall, and then there's the stairs leading up to the corridor. So stairs leading up to a corridor. So we're in this lower part of the dining room. But I actually wanted to get this map. That's just going to be in the background. Yeah. Well, David doesn't have to be ginormous to be in the thing. He just has to pilot it, right? Because they flew to Planet 4 or whatever from Prometheus. So I'm assuming a human can fit inside. Now, just to make it so people watching this will know which room they're in, I'm going to change this to a different colour. So it's kind of like you know where you are. Still not a fan of some of the effects too, actually. I don't know if that's just me. I really hope it is. Yeah, there's some of the stuff in those movies I'm like, oh, I would have changed if I was making them, but they don't bother me too much. No idea on the sequel. Like, Disney owns it, so could be completely screwed right now. I don't trust Disney to do good with the Alien franchise. I know Ridley Scott said they're still working on the next film. So that's promising, but at the same time, I don't know. Ridley Scott's super old. And it's like... I hate to say it, but is he even going to make it to the next Alien film? Like, if he's making other films at the moment, but... All I want is a conclusion to David's story. That's all I want. Some sort of closure on where he was going with Daniels and that, what happened with those characters. I don't even care if it ends on like a dark note. Like, that doesn't bother me. I want David to get some sort of comeuppance or find out where he went to. Because if Disney decide not to show the conclusion for that or anything... Oh, hello. Sorry. You alright? Do you want to... Emma? Do you want to shut the door? Please? Oh yeah, that's okay. Didn't realise you wanted to grab some stuff. Yeah, if Disney continue the Alien franchise, I can just see them going down the route of like, okay, let's ignore what Ridley Scott has done, because a lot of people didn't like Covenant, which is true, which I find to be stupid, but a lot of people didn't like it. Let's do Aliens 2. Let's just do Aliens 2. Let's retcon Alien 3, and let's bring back old Sigourney Weaver, and that's just like, for God's sake. Okay, alright, great. We're doing something completely boring. Completely boring. That Hannah, says Gary. No. Hannah Cott's a friend of ours who was in the chat earlier. Emma is my wife. She's just come home with our daughter. She was at Hannah's. Wasn't that the Blomkamp idea? Yeah, exactly. And you saw how people online were like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard. I really want this to be the next Alien film and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, boring. Been there, done that. Yeah. Blomkamp's script is the Consumers Alien sequel, says Freaky Boy. Consumers. Zoomers. Yeah, it's just dull. It's just like, it's so boring. It's like bringing Ripley back and stuff is like, God, let that character be dead. Come on. Like, you got to think, like, we've seen an end where Ripley wins the day by sacrificing herself for the greater good. She's a silent hero. No one really knows she's doing it except Morse. And she stops the company from getting the alien. She completely wipes the aliens out of existence, as far as she knows, right? Which is as far as we know. That's great. Done. Then we get to Resurrection. She's cloned. Okay, oh my god, she's back as a half alien, half human hybrid. And this time she wins the day, but she gets to go home. So she has the happy ending where she, you know, she has the celebratory clapping, yay, Ripley did it. Like, she can return back to Earth a hero kind of thing, even though she's marked by her journey, her long and arduous journey. Even though it's not the Ripley that we know and love returning, it's this like weird hybrid version. But anyway, the point is, that story ends. If they were to bring her back again, it's like, what else are you going to do? So you've had an ending where she succeeded and died. You had one where she succeeded and lived. Are you going to have one where she loses? Like she's just a loser? She just gets killed in some pathetic attempt? Or she completely becomes the villain and has to be stopped? Like, what else can you do with that character that's new? If not, they're just going to be repeating an end to the character that, like, because they always say in interviews like, oh, we're going to give Ripley a proper ending. It's like, you've already given her a proper ending once and then a really crappy ending again. It's like, I just don't leave that character alone, for God's sake. Like, don't get me wrong, Blomkamp would be a great director of an alien film, but my God, don't let him write one. How would you write an interesting character as Spooky Bones? Give them a story that is worth investing in. Is how I would put it. Like Jess's divine ability to see past life of a creature by simply touch to the bone. What are you talking about? You say, oh yeah, because she predicts that the Dimetrodon would be warm-blooded because she touches it. She's like, oh, it is warm-blooded. And it's like, well, you don't know that for sure. Yeah, that's Jess assuming she's right, of course. She doesn't know for sure. It's like Alan Grant in Jurassic Park going, oh, they do move in herds. It's like you're looking at cloned dinosaurs, Alan Grant. You're not looking at the real thing. Okay. Oh, the lights go... Did the lights go out in that calf? Oh, the light's going to go out. I'm not going to say anything. Not going to say anything about what's going to happen. You'll have to wait for the episode to be done to find out. What have we got then? Been a good discussion stream. See you all around. See you later, Freaky Boy. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, we'll be finishing up here soon. I think we'll see a new T-Rex in Jurassic World 3. I can't say. I honestly can't say. I can't talk about Dominion whatsoever. What I actually want to do now is take the these glasses and then we will copy and paste those. I want them to be reflected on the table surface. Actually, before I do that, oh, no, I actually do want to do that. So episode 3 we had about 7 deaths, said Big Shark 9000. Maybe we had 7 deaths. Maybe some people lived that you thought died. Perhaps, perchance. Am I seeing hot sauce? Yeah. There you go, look, you got the surface of the table. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look good, boy? Let me add... I don't think Ruby's dead. I don't buy it. Who's Ruby? Do you mean Rose? It's funny because like episode 4 will be the episode that reveals everything, and then episode 5 will be like what happens next. Obviously character deaths and stuff won't all be revealed in episode 4, or characters, you know, what happens, but episode 4 is the one that will reveal all the secrets that you need to know about what's going on. Oh yeah. I completely forgot my own character's name. Ruby. Oh my god, I am so tired today. Ruby. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I just completely forgot my own character's name. Faye's sister. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I still can't reveal anything. Yes, I can confirm that the Doc, the pilots, John and Bill are dead. 100%. I can't necessarily say who else might be dead or alive. Oh my god, come on, hand, stay level. Here we go. Big Chuck 9000 says, was John's hand getting ripped off a nod to Ken Wheatley or the Doctor in Deep Blue Sea? It was both. Both simultaneously. Two nods. Okay, so I think I'm almost done with this actually. I just want to add so a new layer, and I'm going to do the cracks that are on the wall here. So the cracks are going to be done with this. So if I get a line like that and then go layer, bevel and emboss. So I want to try and here we go. Yeah, try and get this. Oh, actually, wait. Okay, now I can do this. So I want bevel and emboss. So I'm going to try and get this to look like a proper crack, like in... Now I can draw more. I wonder if I can actually get rid of some of the... No, it doesn't look as good. It needs to have that sort of layer to it. Turner and Hunter are definitely alive. I hope they get killed by the one with the mark on its back. We have to wait and see. Garrick says, Jack, would it be awesome if you have the Dimetrodon roaming around the building like the raptors in Jurassic Park? And hello, Cretaceous the Hunted. I'll say this: the Dimetrodons will be wandering. They will be wandering somewhere. Maybe I need to make this bigger. Like... Yeah, so it needs to be embossed. Yeah, like that. Trying to get that stone look to it. I don't mind if I go over some bits because I've got to edit them again. Okay. Now on this one, we're going to take a line tool. And we're just going to crack this screen. Right down here. So it looks like it's, you know, broken in the commotion up above. I actually need a thicker. Like so, and then I also want to take the fire extinguisher, which actually just needs to be a bit touched up a little bit. take this fire extinguisher and tilt it, because it's been knocked off kilter. Did you ever make a character that looked like General Perez? I still have time. I have a room where I can add him in, but not until episode 5. So you won't see that character for a while. Five's the finale. Yes. Currently at the time, yeah, 5 will be the last episode. So there's only 2 more episodes to go. But they're going to be good ones. Mr. Death Sniper says, getting closer to the next episode, I hope. No. Oh, we're a long way off. We're a long way off. But I am doing these live streams every Tuesday. At 12 till 3 UK time to work on it. That should be at the top. Okay, so now let's get layer. Different gradient overlay now. Is it just you, or are there more people? There's just me. I only work on it. The only, well, aside from the score, the music score is done by a guy called Luke, another guy who works on it. But all the artwork, the animation, everything is done by myself. Which is why I've got the Patreon set up, so people who want to see the series be worked on more can support the series there, and then you know, I don't have to go to my day job. I could stay at, if I met my goal there, I'd stay at home and work on it like all the time, and perhaps even do extra bits. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Now I do just want to add to this layer, I just want to add some bits of... Actually, just go to the back bit. It all says, oh come on, Death Snow, he's married. I'm married and I have a child now, so I have lots of priorities. I also hold 2 day jobs. And I have a family to, you know, be with, and a social life, and God knows what else. It's a lot to balance. But again, that's why the Patreon's been set up, because if I meet the Patreon goal, and then this would be my main job, essentially, working on this, and then I would potentially be able to make more after I could continue it on, because I do have other ideas of where it could go. But for now, I'm keeping it like down to 5 episodes. Okay, so let's just quickly, because I've only got a few minutes left before I have to go. I just want to add some detail here. How about becoming the CEO of Disney and fix them up as soon as your future job? Think about it. Total control of the Alien franchise. Oh man. I wouldn't want to be the head of Disney. That sounds like hell. That sounds like hell on earth. Not because of all the responsibility in terms of what, you know, things you have to be in control of, but more the political aspect of it. Yeah, you got some random symbols on the wall there. Okay. Let's see. Didn't do the counter. Didn't do the countertop. Just trying to outline it better so it seems. Yeah, see you later, Gary. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go now. So, I'll just quickly add to the floor here. I just wanted to add some bits of stuff because it's like actually I'll put them on this layer, like bits of rock and bits of mess, because it's meant to be like the whole place has crumbled, right? It's been hit by this thing, so if there's all like dirt and crap on the floor, and if I just grab this box, just want to copy that, paste it, and then just blend it. Okay, so let's merge all those and then we're done. I mean, there's a couple of things I might tweak on this. Actually, chairs and tables, let me add a drop shadow. Okay, I'm going to finish this off stream at some point, but yeah, so we've gone from this here today, we've done that to that, which will still need a bit more lighting work, I think, and we also painted, let's just pull up what we did, this frame here, we did these characters right here, which still might need a bit of a change. I might change her eyes a bit because her eyes look a bit weird, but I can tweak all those bits later on. But anyway, guys, I hope you've enjoyed today's stream. Thank you, Big Shark, for the $1 tip just before the end there. I'll be back next Tuesday at 12 o'clock midday UK time, and yeah, be there or be square. I will see you guys next week. Bye.